Okay, we back. Gonna wash my face quick and we can hop into the video. Sipping on yellow Red Bull. Okay, sweet.
And try to stack life on your items a little bit, and then this will make things a lot easier. So it doesn't matter what kind of build you're playing. If you start out as a ranger, for example, and you play a bow build, then you also see here you have bow nodes everywhere, you have like projectile damage, so all these things kind of work together. You have lots of attack speed here, and then there's like bow stuff, and then there's bow crit, and in between you have like some other stats. So always have to like look around a little bit. But as I said, just try to find the synergies and try to scale through the same mechanic with your build. And to that end, because I was scaling a lot of elemental damage and fire damage, I should be focusing on the fire spells, but in the end it doesn't really matter too much which fire spell I use. You don't have to worry too much because you can also respec. It is a bit costly, but throughout the campaign you get some respec points for free, and then you can just like refund passives, and you can remove them one by one again here, apply the refund, and you get a point back. So like this, you can basically unskill your tree a little bit and maybe adjust a little bit. Especially towards endgame, you usually change some stuff around, but this is not really too relevant for the campaign. Typically, when you start out the game, I would recommend playing a spellcaster. So you can play, for example, a Templar or a Shadow or a Witch, because these are like the spellcasting classes generally. And then it makes it much easier to progress because you're not really focusing on item drops too much. If you're playing a melee or a bow build, then typically you acquire a really good weapon, and you have to constantly replace that weapon and some of your other gear with better damage rolls, etc. Because spells scale on their own. They have like a fixed damage value that is like kind of like the base damage. You can see here deals 10 to 16 damage. It's like a level 2 fireball, and then like this skill levels up as you level. And but attacks don't really do that. They typically do like a percentage of your weapon damage and then scale very, very slowly. So this is why typically leveling is extremely easy with spellcasters, and then much harder, and definitely recommended for more experienced players. But you can do it. It's not like, you know, the end of the world if you play a bow character, but it's typically considered more difficult. So one specialty about this passive tree is that every class has the same tree, and they all just start at a different point. So you see here right now, I'm the Templar, and I'll start here in the top left, and then we have the Witch who starts here, and we have the Shadow who starts here, and they all go along the same path essentially. They just have like basically a different starting point and a different kind of like specialized region. For example, the Witch has a lot of like spell casting stuff, a lot of elemental stuff, a lot of minion stuff. Then you have the Templar area, where it's like, yeah, basically a combination of a lot of spell casting with a bit of melee. And then you have the Marauder here, which is like a very like melee heavy with weapon specializations, lots of life. And here's like the Ranger area, for example, with a lot of bow stuff. So there is a good lot of like a concept to this tree, but you can still find, you know, different things in different places. And all of these classes have a subclass called Ascendancy. For example, here I am an Inquisitor, so I'm a Templar, and that has ascended to Inquisitor. That's also called Hierophant, and there's also a Guardian. So one is kind of like the support type of character. Here I'm like a elemental, very crit heavy build that I can do. And again, you would just try to find the synergies that will work for your build. Now, when it comes to loot, there are some things you need to know. Life is very important, and resists are very important, especially for spellcasters where your damage doesn't really depend too much on your weapon. You don't really care too much about the damage stats. You just want to stack life, you want to stack maybe some mana or mana regen, you want to stack the resists. Especially resists are very important later in the campaign. So after Act 6 especially, you want to be capped. The cap is 75% resist. So always try to stack that a little bit, because else you're gonna get completely shredded. Resists here effectively reduce the incoming damage by exactly this amount. So in my case, I get 75% reduced cold damage and lightning and fire damage. And this is what the game is balanced around. So you need to cap your resist at all costs later throughout the campaign. And essentially just try to find whatever works for you. Especially important are the sockets though. So as a spellcaster here, it's balanced around. So you're completely shredded. 6 especially, you don't really care too much about the damage stats. You just want to stack life, you want to stack maybe some mana or mana regen, you want to stack the resists. Especially resists are very important later in the campaign. So after Act 6 especially, you want to be capped. The cap is 75% resist. So always try to stack that a little bit, because else you're gonna get completely shredded. Resists here effectively reduce the incoming damage by exactly this amount. So in my case, I get 75% reduced cold damage and lightning and fire damage. and this is what the game is balanced around. So you need to cap your resist at all costs later throughout the campaign. And essentially just try to find whatever works for you. Especially important are the sockets though. So as a spellcaster here, I need a lot of blue sockets, because blue is intelligence. Intelligence is like the spell stuff. And when you level, you want to mostly look at the items that have the right colors and the right links, at least for like 2 or 3 of your slots. So you can actually make those combos with those links, because each of the skill links and the support links actually adds a lot of extra damage to your character or to your spell. And then you have like some other slots that give you simply more stats, and with those you can try to get your life and your resist, but mostly focus on maybe 2 or 3 items that have a lot of links and the right colors. So when you fight your way through the enemies, you'll see different loot drop, and for me this actually looks a bit different now than it usually does. You see that like certain things pop up here on the screen now, and when I press Alt I can actually see even more loot. And this is the concept of loot filters in this game. There's a lot of stuff dropping on the ground, and a lot of it is really worthless, and you don't really want to pick up all that stuff because it's simply too much. And this is just the beginning of the game. Eventually you drop hundreds of items everywhere on the screen, and this is why you need loot filters. I can show you how this works. So like now I have this like pretty standard filter, and if I turn this off, everything will look different. So this is how the game looks normally. And so it is already like a little bit color coded. So these are like magic items, these are white items. And you can see these sockets here, they are actually displayed as little colored dots on the item itself. And you can see, for example, here we found some boots that have a link. So you can actually see the little link between them. And these are actually 4 linked boots here. So this is pretty neat. And then, for example, you have like some other random stuff that, you know, it might be magic, or it might be even a yellow item that has more properties. But if it doesn't have the right links, then typically I would not really care too much about it. But essentially, even at the start of the game, you should get a loot filter, because it makes your experience so much easier, and it also highlights the stuff that is more important for you. So typically, like a lot of the really useless stuff is already like filtered out immediately, because you don't need any of these like white items. Typically, they're not really worth anything, so it's just drop. The way to get a loot filter is on this website here. You can just go here after the link in the description, and essentially they have like a kind of like a standard filter that is fine. So you can basically just press download, and you can also adjust these things. You can, you know, hide certain things, you can make them look different, you can change the colors, you can do anything. But for now, just press download and then install it in your documents folder, My Games Path of Exile, and then you get the selection here in the UI menu in-game, and this will change here. The thing about loot in this game is also that you don't have any kind of gold dropping or something, but there are these so-called currencies. They are essentially crafting items. So you see here, for example, the Scroll of Wisdom is used to identify an item. Actually, identifying it also increases the value at the vendor, and for it you can get some alteration shards, and they don't really do anything on their own. But for example, when you combine 20, you get this orb of alteration, and this is how most of the currency works. All of it does something, so to say. So you can craft items with this, you can make them magic, you can make them rare, and you can reroll rare items, and there's, you know, dozens of currencies that all kind of work for something in the game. So especially at the start of the game, you want to pick up a lot of stuff, especially like blue and yellow items and all the scrolls that you find. So they are really useful because you want to keep identifying items, you want to see what you can maybe wear, and then as you progress you basically pick up less and less of the random blue and yellow items, because you already have, you know, some decent loot here, and anything that is not another falling glove I don't really care too much about for now. And lastly, when it comes to loot, you should also know that there's certain vendor recipes. So you can go to the vendor here and essentially just vendor the stuff that you just found. So if you give them this blue item, you get these alteration shards. They are useful to reroll a magic item, so don't really worry too much about collecting loot throughout the campaign. You can use it very freely to try to craft some items maybe. Here's the overview of the campaign. So there's a UI menu. These are the different zones. When you play through the campaign, what is important is there are main quests, which are highlighted in like yellow color, and there's optional quests. A lot of these you don't have to do, but some of them you have to do because you get skill points for them. You can find a full list of what those are here. I'll also have the link for this, and in total I think you get up to 22 of them, and essentially you can skip all, like there's a lot of side areas you can skip entirely. If you want to explore, okay, But keep in mind it's a very long campaign with 10 acts, and especially playing through it the first time will take quite a while. You can easily look at 10, 20 hours or so, even more in some cases. And the good thing is that the quest is always highlighted, so you can just click on this and it'll tell you where to go. There's like this little orange path from your position to wherever you need to go. These little dots here mean that there's a waypoint in the zone. One important thing is in Act 2, I just want to highlight this quest especially. It's called Deal with the Bandits, and you have to go kind of back and forth. And what I would recommend is to, from the town, go to the eastern side, clear all of this, kill the guy here on Broken Bridge, and then you go to the western side. This way will save you a lot of backtracking in Act 2, and it can be quite frustrating for new players. Otherwise, most of the other acts are like smooth sailing, one path, and everything is fine as long as you follow the main quest line. Lastly, throughout the campaign you will find these so-called trials of ascendancy. This is what is needed to gain the ascendancy, to actually enter the labyrinth. And it's basically a little zone with some traps, and you have to walk through it. And at the end, once you pass through, you have to click like a little altar, and that will unlock that trial. And this is what's needed to go to the labyrinth and get your trial of ascendancy. This is quite important. So when you find these, you have like a little, sort of like a green quest in that area. And you know that in this area you will have to do one of these. Just make sure that you do these trials, and then after Act 3 you can do your first labyrinth, after Act 7 you can do the second one, and after the full campaign you can do the third one. And that's about it for this guide, so I hope that this helps you, and if you want to jump into the game, now is a really good time for it. After Act 7 you can do the second one, and after the full campaign you can do the third one. Trial of ascendancy. This is quite important, so when you find these, you have like a little, sort of like a green quest in that area, and you know that in this area you will have to do one of these. Just make sure that you do these trials, and then after Act 3 you can do your first labyrinth, after Act 7 you can do the second one, and after the full campaign you can do the third one. And that's about it.
I have to remember my login. Oh man.
So recently I've been getting a lot of DMs over on Discord about how can I make a certain kind of chess piece, or how do I make a staff. People are seeing my guides and they're seeing that I use these crafted items quite frequently, and they're wondering how they're going to make them themselves. Now, I tell most people, well, you can just go and buy them, and it's probably going to end up a little bit cheaper if you're not going to be learning to craft long term. But a lot of people insisted and said, hey, I just want to learn how to craft because I think it's cool, and I think it'll be useful in, like, say, the beginning of a league when there's not really a lot of items sitting around. Crafting in general can make you a bunch of money as well if you know what to look for. So I decided to sit down and show you guys how to make your own influence 6-link chess piece, staff, weapon, whatever you'd like. And the only thing that I ask in return is that if this video helps you out, make sure to give me a like, and on top of that, make sure also to subscribe to the YouTube channel for more content similar to this. And without further ado, let's get into crafting this chess piece. So I just want to make it clear that I am just using leftover stuff that I had sitting around from just playing the game, right? We're going to take this chess piece here. It's actually an extra that I bought a while back when I was crafting this crit chess piece that I made for my Hit It Very Hard build. And I just bought a second one because I just happened to see it for cheap. This is an eye level 85 hunter influenced astral plate. So the very first thing that we need to do before we do anything else is first you're going to want to bless up the implicit here. It can go all the way up to 12, so let's get it up to 12. So if the item does have an implicit, make sure that you roll it to be as good as it can before you start crafting. I mean, you can do it later, but it doesn't matter. I prefer to craft on nicer looking pieces of armor. The second thing that we're going to do is we need to get this chess piece to be as high of quality as we possibly can so that we can 6-socket and then 6-link it. So the way that we do that is through two things. First thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get some resonators and some perfect fossils. Let's hope that 9 ends up being enough, because if it's not, I'm going to have to make a detour, and we're going to have to buy some fossils here in a moment, and then I'll have to cut the video, and you know, that, let's just hope that it goes well the first time. So we'll use a couple of these. We're not going to use them all right away because chances are maybe I'll get it early. 27, ow, wow, I actually got high enough on the first one, so that was a little bit lucky. It's normally not that lucky. The idea is that you use this perfect fossil to get up to 30% quality. I generally take anything 27 or higher. So now that we have that quality on here, we are going to scour the item itself, and we're going to take this over to the bench, and we're going to craft quality on it. Now, the highest quality that we have available for cheapest are these two here. We're just going to do dexterity, and we're looking to get at least 17. I know it seems like a lot of chaos here, but you will save the money in the long run, and of course, when I'm recording a video, I get insanely unlucky. Dude, I'm gonna spend like 40 chaos here just trying to get 17%. Jesus. It's normally not that bad, by the way. It's like 1 out of 4, and I literally just hit the bottom 2 out of 4 like 20 times, but that's just how crafting is gonna be. Wow, we actually almost ran out of chaos doing that. Okay, so now that we have the high quality armor, this is where we're going to attempt to 6-socket it first. Now, I'm probably just going to end up speeding this up after I'm done talking, because it'll take most likely the majority of these, judging by my luck already. But the idea here is that we're just looking to get as high of quality as possible so that we can get the highest chance to 6-socket and 6-link. The higher the quality is on the item, the higher chance that you have to get more sockets and more links, so cue the fast forwarding. Never mind, actually. As soon as I say that, we get it. Same thing with 6-linking. So this might take some time as well, but what we're going to be doing is just sitting here and most likely fast forwarding, but it should not take all 1,300 of these. With it being a 45% armor, let's really hope that it doesn't take that long to do. So cue the fast forwarding now. Okay, so that only took about like 400-ish fusing. Not too bad, right? So we got our 6-link. Now at this point, this is the part where you
Dude, what if I missed my 6th-link on accident? I can totally see that happening.
would just color it, you would get whatever you need, but now we're actually going to begin crafting it for real. So depending on what you'd like to do, if this was a staff that you wanted to say craft for my Burning Beefton build, you would just be using resonators and you would just be using single scorched fossils to get the stats that you want. This particular chess piece that we're going for is one that has the +2 crits for attack. There's a couple different ways that you can do this. First off, I'm just going to show you the way that is most typical for the average crafter. Now what you would do is you scour this. We're still at 27% quality, but you're simply going to just roll the item with a transmutation orb to make it blue, alterations until you get the correct modifiers that you want, and then potentially hitting it with a regal orb depending on what you want to do here. The way that this goes is that we're looking for a useful modifier. Right now what we're looking for are just good stats, meaning life, we're looking for armor, we're looking for the attacks have critical strike chance modifier as well. However, that's a tier 1 of the hunt roll, so it's quite rare. You're not going to see it very often. And we're looking for like resist in life, right? So if we get a chest piece roll that has this good modifier on here, we will hit it with an augment orb. Okay, so this actually rolled 2 pretty good stats. In the case of something like this, we're going to hit it with a regal orb just to see what we can get. Now this is a pretty solid chest piece, right? If you were very early in the league and you were trying to craft a crazy chest piece like that, and you got this chest piece right here, I would highly consider just taking this over to the bench, putting another resist on it, and just sticking with this until you get more currency. Although the attacks have added crit is very nice, this chest piece would carry you for a long time, especially early on in the league. So if you got something like this, I'd just go craft some other resist on it and just use it as is. However, for our purposes, we're going to scour. We'll make it, we'll hit it with another transmutation orb. Now you might have seen in another video of mine how I was hitting them with chances before, and while it is extremely unlikely, I can no longer recommend that you hit these with chances, as generally you might unfortunately run into a situation where you get a unique, and then you can't do anything with it, and the chest piece would be bricked, as happened to me. So you'll notice that there are some other good modifiers here, like this is percentage increased life, yeah? So normally this method is going to be much slower and much more arduous to try to get the actual modifiers that you want. The chances of you rolling one of the hunter modifiers that we're looking for is extremely low, like extremely low. You can go to a website that I'll link down below called Craft of Exile, and you can choose the type of modifier that you want, whether it be Hunter or Redeemer or Conqueror, whatever one that you need. You can choose that type of armor. It'll show you the percentage chance for you to get it. So in general, when we're looking for this modifier that attacks have extra crit, it's going to be very, very rare to just get out of alteration orbs, right? It's something that you're going to see 1 out of a few hundred times at the very best. So if you just sit here and you're using these, I mean, you can get useful things like you can apply an additional curse. That's pretty useful, right? You can apply an additional curse as definitely a good modifier, but this didn't roll very well. It's not something that we're looking for, so we're just going to continue with it. Now that being said, if you do happen to roll over a very good chest piece that's not something that you want, consider selling that chest piece and buying another base and starting from scratch. Because when you sell that chest piece, you're most likely going to make a lot more money in the long run selling every good roll that you get. For say that chest piece might have been, if it had rolled a little bit better, might have been worth a few exalt, right? That could pay for another base, it could pay for a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so we got spells have critical strike chance. This is not what we're looking for, right? However, in the case that you do get just the modifier that you're looking for, let's say that this is the modifier that we're looking for, right? We happen to be playing a build that wants spells have critical strike chance. Say we rolled a tier 1 of it, right? If you were going to multi-mod this, meaning you were going to put the can have 3 crafted modifiers on it, generally what you would like to do is you would want to hit it with just the regal orb, hope that you get 1 other good modifier, and then fully multi-mod it from here, and then boom, your chest piece is done. However, that's not the modifier that we're looking for. So as I said previously, there's a much easier way to go about this. Instead of doing all of this long and difficult work where you generally aren't going to get very much out of it, there's another way. Now, I don't know how many of these I have. Serrated fossils, 12 of them here. We'll grab a few more of these. Now, on average, you're going to see a lot more of the modifier that you're looking for through this method than you will the other one, right? However, this is going to fully just chaos roll items, basically. Now, the reason that I filled all of these up is that the chances of us actually getting the one that we want out of 12 is most likely not going to happen. However, what you'll notice is that when I use these on here, this one says more attack modifiers and fewer caster modifiers. If you're looking for something much more specific, you can use larger resonators, say a 2 resonator or a 3 resonator, and you can combine these fossils together to give you better chances at getting exactly what you want. However, for our purposes, we're just going to be using the simple, primitive, chaotic resonators. So apply this here, and you'll start seeing it's almost as if we just used a chaos on the item. However, we're going to start getting more attack modifiers as we do this. And we're getting a little bit unlucky that we haven't seen anything, but we're rolling some half-decent chess pieces here. And eventually, hopefully, if we get lucky here, we will see a modifier that we're looking for. Okay, so here we go. This is not exactly the chess piece that we're looking for, but we do have attacks have plus their critical strike chance. This is tier 1, so it could be rolled up if we wanted to. It's got a very low life roll, a very low resistance roll, and a very low armor roll. You do have a couple choices here. You can either continue to roll, or because you got the modifier that you want, you could attempt to hit this with a few orbs of annulment. This will remove one random modifier from the item. You could attempt to hit this with a few orbs of annulment, and then multi-mod it if that's what you're so inclined to do. We didn't exactly get what we want, and I've got 4 more of these, so we might as well use them. See, we got it again. That's a lower version of the roll. This isn't something that I would stick with. But you can see how much more common that modifier is. Look, we got it a 3rd time out of 12 already. So once again, not too great. 4 times out of 12. So you can kind of see how much more often you're going to get this through fossils, right? So we used like 40 alterations or something like that. We never saw it a single time. We might see it in 300 or 400, right? However, we just used 12 of those fossils, and I'm pretty sure those fossils cost like 3 or 4 chaos each right now, and we saw it 4 times in 12 fossils. That's a little lucky, but we saw it quite a few more times already than we would have otherwise. Now this one, if I remember correctly, this took me probably 40 fossils, is how many it took me before I saw this roll in particular. This was a pretty good result in my opinion. We got tier 1 life roll, the highest that you can get, a tier 2 flat armor roll, which is pretty good. We would have actually preferred a percentage armor roll if we could have gotten it because of the base armor being so high on this. We had an open prefix, so we crafted percentage life and percentage mana. It was just the best thing available to us. And we managed to get 2 resist modifiers, 1 low, 1 high, and we got the modifier that we were looking for. Now this isn't the best chess piece, but it is quite good for our purposes. It gives us the crit that we need, and this is base crit. Gives us a bunch of health, bunch of resist, bunch of armor, right? You could take this one step further. We're not going to do this right now. However, these items here, these Hunter's Exalted Orbs, and say the Awakener Orb here, allow you to add the influences to items, and it also allows you to combine the influences on items. So if we take this and we wanted to say get another chess piece type, I'm not sure exactly what influence is used for the Explodey chess piece. It's either a Crusader or something like that, but you could take 2 of those items and you could slam them together and it would give you a double influence chess piece. With that double influence chess piece, you could then attempt to roll both of those modifiers on the same chess piece. You could go for a chess piece that has attacks have additional to crit, and enemies killed have a chance to explode for a certain amount of their health, right? You could get both of those modifiers together. That is a much higher level thing that honestly 99% of the player base doesn't really need to worry about. That is some very high level crafting that I will talk about in another high level crafting video. This is not that. This is just meant to be a simple video showing you how to go about crafting your own piece of gear. You could use this for just about anything. Let's log over to my other character here. We have the Burning Beefton, and you'll see a very similar situation. I took a staff, which you can see right here. Go to our hideout so we don't have to deal with all these people and their crazy MTX. So I took this staff right here and I obtained this staff through the same exact methods that I just used. I crafted it up to a super high quality, got the 6 link, and then I started crafting it with single scorched fossils. What this eventually gave us is a staff with fire damage multi, fire damage to spells, +3 to level of all fire spell skill gems, which is what we were looking for. It has the fire resistance on it, which is good for our ascendancy and our helmet. And then we were able to craft chance to gain arcane surge when you kill an enemy. So we got this through the same exact method. This is a Eclipse staff, an eye level 84 Hunter Eclipse staff. We crafted this staff ourselves, and a lot of the time what you're going to run into is that these items aren't readily available early on in the league. Not very many people have them. Not very many people craft things exactly like this. So with all of this information, hopefully you'll be able to craft some better items for yourself. So that's going to be it, guys. Make sure that if I helped you with this video that you leave it a like so that you can help me, and also consider subscribing for more content similar to this. So get out there and craft some items, and make sure that you stay safe out there in raid class.
What do you think? I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. What do you think? But what do you think? No, but what do you think? Hi, and welcome to another episode of This Reflects. I wanted to make a video about what would I change with the current state of Path of Exile, and like what do I like and what do I not like about the game. And there are quite a lot of things. And again, this is just like an opinion piece, just like what I'm happy about. Like, obviously, I am a very, very dedicated player. I play a large amount. And I normally play hardcore solo self-found, and you know, I do know life of the game. That matters a lot, because somebody playing it casually might want very different things from me. But I figured I'd put my opinion out there, what I like and don't like about the game. We can start with the number one most important thing to me, drops. More exciting drops. I've been pushing for the fact that I would like smart loot to be implemented in the game. Smart loot is basically the items will roll better, more smartly. They'll have a higher chance to have rolls that make sense for the item. And I would love to see a lot fewer rares dropping per map. I would much rather have like 1 to 10 rares drop per map, and have those have a decent chance of having like, oh, this one has life and resist. Maybe some more drop only modifiers. I really love what they did with the unveil system, and that being like unveil only or identify only. I think that's amazing, and I would love to see the normal modifiers having drop only things as well. Because I think RNG and dropping things is very fun. I'm not the biggest fan of deterministic crafting, so while Harvest is fun to have now and again at strong powers, I do prefer more like a combination, I guess. Like, I really like what they've done in last epoch, where there is like a tier 6 and tier 7 that are drop only tiers. You cannot craft those, and you have to find an item with that on the right base, and I think that's really special. And I wish Path of Exile had something similar. So drop only tiers, and like we have Incursion already, that's sort of similar to that, and we also have the unveils. But I would love just like, you know, say there was a tier above Merciless that was drop only, maybe only from tier 19 maps, which you need the Awakener Westone set. But I think that would be very, very cool for me. Speaking of drops, I don't feel like there are that many exciting things. I feel like they tried to address that, but did it in one of the worst ways possible. So I've, in previous videos, been saying like, if you're mapping in Path of Exile right now and just killing things, what can you drop that's exciting that isn't cross-league? And I felt like that was heard, right? I felt like that was something a lot of people in the community shared and echoed, and GGG heard that. And they then made like Headhunter, Badge of the Brotherhood, etc. be able to drop from everywhere. Now, that's not bad. That is maybe a step in the right direction. Like, that could be cool, but not necessarily what I meant. But they did something else that I thought was really, really strange. They moved all the Shaper and Elder Guardian drops into the drop pool. They can drop from anywhere now. I've had a Volcanus drop in like a tier 5 map or something. Things like Brass Dome is just dropping randomly, and that I think is, at least for me, the worst change, because I think the most exciting thing in Path of Exile is bosses having a unique drop pool that is very exciting, and that you need to go there to get the drop, right? If you want a Brass Dome, you need to farm the Minotaur. That should be the only place, in my opinion, to get it, because I think that adds a lot of value to the game. I talked a little bit about this in stream. There were some people that didn't like that idea, that thought that it would be completely okay if everything could drop from everywhere, and if bosses just would drop like a few pure Exalted Orbs instead, so they could just buy the items they need. That's like the worst possible thing in my opinion. For me personally, I think it adds so much value if every drop from a boss is unique. You can only get it there, and divination cards for those drops cannot be found from diviners. They cannot be found from stack decks. They should, in my opinion, be divination cards could be pity boss drops. So say you're farming for a Dying Sun. I wouldn't mind if the Dying Sun card dropped from Shaper or from Ubrelder or another really hard boss. But I don't like that you can get a Dying Sun by opening stack decks. Personally, not a big fan of that. And something important to note as well is that solo self-fund doesn't really matter for this discussion. Solo self-fund was something Grinding Gear Games added kind of against their will. They were like, okay, we don't really like the idea of solo self-fund, but we're going to add it, but not going to consider it for the balance purposes of the game. Neither are we balancing around hardcore anymore. We are balancing around, for example, now ultimatum softcore, right? Ultimatum trade league. That is what we're balancing around. And I think that's completely fine. As a hardcore SSF player, that is completely fine. It should not be easier or better in any way to play solo self-on. You're doing this as an added challenge for people that want more longevity of the game. And I think that's reasonable. I'm not a big fan of how diviners are on Trade League. I actually think they're pretty good for solo self-on because there you can't realistically get them out of stack decks and diviners and get them easily. And if you do, then you have to like gamble with the Harvest double divination card trap. So for SSF, that balance is actually pretty good. But now I am playing Trade League and I really don't like that. There's a lot of weird things that got like very, very devalued by them being more common. And let's talk a little bit about boss drop tables. I think the one that they made that was the best was Cyrus, the Awakener World. Like if you look at all the drops, right? You have the helmet, you have Awaken Gems, you have every single drop from Cyrus is amazing. Now, when I say amazing, I don't necessarily mean they're valuable, right? You're not necessarily making a profit by farming Awakener because Awakener is pretty easy now on softcore. And in 6 portals, quite a lot of people can kill it, and that makes that, for example, the helmet is probably not worth a lot, and the gloves is probably not worth a lot, right? And the longer a league goes on, there's going to be inflation, and more people are going to be able to do the content, so they're not necessarily worth a lot. But all of the items currently are very good from the Awakener. The glove are really cool if you get some good corruptions on them. The helmet is exceptionally good. The Savior is very useful for a lot of builds, especially now with Paradoxica being upgraded. So it's a very, very cool boss, and it has the Awaken Gems, it has the Awaken Orbs, it drops the item bases, just all around actual perfection as a boss. But then you have like Uber Elder, like Disintegrator isn't particularly good, it's clunky, and I feel like there are very few items in Path of Exile that have downsides that are appropriately powerful. Because when something has a downside, I feel like GGD are going, this item is going to be so powerful that it needs a negative thing on it to balance out its power. But then the negative thing is so bad that it's not worth using. Take, for example, from normal Elder, the ones, the only time they were really used was when we could bypass the entire downside by using traps for mines. Now that that's not the case anymore, nobody's using them. So they're not really good, and they're very, very niche items that people are like, ooh, I'm going to use these as a challenge, right? They're not powerful items that you're looking forward to, and I think that's problematic. I think that's really bad. I think the worst culprit here is the Maven. Whenever a new boss is added to Path of Exile, I get incredibly excited. I'm all about the endgame. I'm all about chasing down those bosses and hoping that they have really exciting items. And then we get to the Maven, and, well, let alone profit, but barely any of the items are useful. There's 1 or 2 of the belts that are useful in some very niche builds. The helmet has some very weird downsides, like having blue rings isn't that great. It would make more sense if it was like, ooh, your left ring has to be unique and your right ring has to be influenced or something. But I don't know. That's a little bit. I feel like the helmet downside, while the helmet is a good idea and is strong, it's also a little bit too much of a downside in my opinion. The chest is actually pretty okay, but incredibly rare. That's fine. Chest is good. But basically, Maven in the current state ends up being either you drop the orb or you've lost money, and the items they aren't particularly exciting. They're not something that's cool, and I feel like maybe like the power of the slots weren't like dealt with or thought about enough. Like, for example, think about how many powerful belts there are. Even after the nerf, Soul Tether is incredibly powerful. You have Influence, Stygian Vices through the Conquer Orbs. You have just Stygian Vices. They're really powerful too. And you have Headhunter. You also have Ruthless Coil. So, like, there's a lot of power in the belt slot. There are really powerful things you can get there. And so many of the Shaper or Influence mods on belts are very strong. So maybe if the current belts also just added the current charges and on top of the normal ones. So you got like the crazy, like powerful endurance charges plus
Hi guys, Campmaster OP here. I just wanted to make a quick video for you guys, giving you an overview of of the new oils in the 3.8 Blight expansion in Path of Exile, as well as all the recipes and all the ins and outs that, you know, you might have missed or you might have not engaged with the system, because previous League systems, crafting systems, were fairly complicated and required a large amount of investment. This one's straightforward, and I'm just going to explain you real quick in a handful of minutes what it's all about. So, in Blight, you get rewards from chests similar to Legion with different symbols on top. There's also a Blight symbol, and from those kinds of chests you get these oils. Oils are a type of currency, but they do not have like a use on items, right? They actually can only be used via Sister Cassia, but we'll go into that in a second. First of all, there's 12 tiers of oil, just as many as there's rows and columns in a stash tab. There is oil types, and these are of ascending rarity. I already sorted these here. It goes from clear to sepia to amber to verdant to teal, azure, violet, crimson, black, into opalescent, and the highest tier is silver and gold. Gold is the most valuable one, and all of those can be similar to the 3-for-1 recipe for flasks, where you vendor 3 life flasks of the same type, to the silver and azure, violet. Gold is the most valuable one, and all of those can be similar to the 3-for-1 recipe for flasks, where you vendor 3 life flasks of the same type for a higher tier life flask. You can actually vendor 3-for-1 and get oils of the next highest tier. 3 clear turn into 1 sepia, 3 sepia turn into 1 amber, 3 amber turn into 1 verdant, and so on, right? So basically, you don't have to farm the highest content in order to get the best rewards, because theoretically speaking, you can make the most valuable oils just from the least valuable oils. But mathematically speaking, it's probably not gonna happen if you think about 3 to the power of 11, right? So, as we all know, you can anoint passive points. The passive points on the tree now all have recipes next to them that show you which 3 oils you can use in order to anoint this passive onto your amulet. When you anoint something onto your amulet and you wear it, it is as if you allocated that passive point, meaning you cannot get it a second time. If your tree happens to be here, you cannot pick it again and get it twice, once on your amulet, one on the actual tree. It's impossible. Same with the uniques from Blight League. You can technically only anoint passives from the tree onto your amulets, but there is 3 uniques, 1 pair of boots, 1 pair of gloves, and 1 helmet, if I recall correctly, that are unique to the Blight League and that allow you to anoint passives on them in the enchantment slot. But this is mutually exclusive with lab enchants, as they go into the same slot. The exception here is the unique helmet that allows you to have 2 enchants. So you can either have 2 lab enchants, 2 anointments, or 1 of each. Important here to note is that it's really not that straightforward if you don't know the oils well to see which one it is, because you cannot hover them in the passive tree. So if you have problems reading the recipe, I recommend looking up what you want in this handy Excel sheet or a Google sheet that someone made and linked on the Reddit. Thank you, kind stranger. So here you got the oils, right? You can also see the recipe, 3 clear for 1 sepia, 9 clear for 1 amber, and so on, up to 177,147 clear for 1 golden. That's 3 to the power of 11. And here we got the overview of all the passive points that you can get in the tree, what they grant you, and which oils you need for them. Now, if you're unsure whether you can transform the oils that you have into the recipe that you need, there's a handy calculator that someone made. Also, I think on the Reddit, I don't know how it ended up in my chat, but we ended up making commands for these. So if you're, let's say, okay, let's just assume that this is what I want to do, right? Let's assume I want to get Constitution. Constitution is 1 silver, 2 gold, right? And Let's see, what do I have? Quickly fill that in. I got 13 clear, 13 sepia, 8 amber, 6 verdant, 8 teal, 3 azure, 3 violet, 1 crimson, 1 black, 1 opalescent, and 0 silver and 0 golden oils. And I want to have Constitution. Submit query. You cannot anoint any matching notable with these oils. Wait, did I do it wrong? Also want to... I can't. See, I don't have enough. So let's be a little bit more realistic and go like iron wood, right? That's what I already have. Submit query. Cannot anoint any matching notables. Did I do it wrong? Okay, live. Ah, okay. So this actually, I haven't tried this calc before. So this actually searches which passives give you life and which recipes are possible with the oils that you have. So this is actually even better than I thought it is, right? So let's assume totem damage, right? And then it shows me Ironwood, Shamanistic Fury, and Primal Manifestation are options that I have here. Okay, it's a little bit different, this calculator, but anyway, I'm gonna link both of these tools down below. If you randomly find the person who made them, because they did not state their name here, thank them, they're awesome. And there is more recipes. You can not only anoint notables on the passive tree, but you can actually put anoints onto your rings. These are specific to the towers in Blight Encounters. So as you can see here on my...
I love the sound of that, guys. Alright, so we have another Path of Exile video coming out for you guys. Alright, so today we're going to be going over the good old Scion class. I just unlocked this class, and you get this class unlocked after Act 3. Alright, so this is a really versatile class, guys. You know, when you do your passives, of course, everybody starts off at different parts of the map here, but the Scion starts dead in the middle, guys, like right there in the middle. So it's around everything. So everything, actually everyone's around him. All right, so we have 6 points, and you know, I don't even have to use my point. That's how good this class is. I don't really have to put points in just to, you know, solidify the fact that this class is actually really good. All right, so let me show you guys the equipment that I'm using right now, and I'm gonna show you guys some of the little skills and everything like that. You know, that's what a lot of people do. They do this, they do that, but I do my stuff a little bit different on the channel. You know, I like doing it like this. All right, so right now, and I found that using a hatchet is pretty cool. This is the better. I'm just using the best weapons I can find. To be honest with you guys, percent increased movement speed. And that's why I'm using it. I like to run. I like to move fast. Move quickly. Get through the quest done. Get through the acts faster. Done. I don't like to sit there and waste any time. But I've leveled so many characters to level 30, to level 40, and I'm just like, what? I think this is going to be my class. I'm going to get to the max level first. All right. Now, I love the Templar, guys. Don't get it twisted. The Inquisitor, I went through Act 3. That was a long act. I didn't like Act 2, and I started to not like Act 3. But it's not bad. It's just one of those things where I'm just like, why did I do that? All right, so that's what I have there. Now, I don't have any better gloves or any better weapons right now. Now, when I get a little bit higher level, I have some stuff waiting in my stash for me right just waiting for me to finish off. All right, so they want us to go to the prisoner's gate. I'm gonna show you guys why this class is so great. Let's go to the prison gate right now, and we're gonna go kill some things here, guys, like it's nobody's business. All right, so there we go. Come on, load up faster. Scion. All right, so we have to follow the Emperor's Road. I guess that's this way. Now, I am using a lot of Quicksilver elixirs. Now look at this class. You have that little stove. You can throw your little sword over, and it does that. It goes around. But the dual wielding, look at this. Bam! I can just do that. Bam! Jump! Bam! Do that. Those are the weaklings, guys. Oh crap! It's not. Oh no! I didn't. That's not supposed to happen, guys. I got kind of carried away. All right, and we are actually low level. Those are the weaklings, guys. Oh crap! It's not. Oh no! I didn't. That's not supposed to happen, guys. I got kind of carried away. All right, and we are actually low level.
Well, it's an ARPG, so most of the time it is chill cause it's all grinding. But I play hardcore so I can fucking die in its intense.
take 12 on this video, and I won't hit me, you know? Like Tyler, the creator, once said, if you're being bullied online, just close your eyes. Like, just close the page. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk shit about your favorite game. I'm going to talk shit about your favorite developers. And like your dislike will not do anything. I'm sorry, but you can just leave now. Like, honestly, like, keep your blood pressure in check. It's okay. It's okay. Anyways, let's get into the beef of it. Path of Exile. I've been playing for 8 years, 20,000 hours, extremely unhealthy relationship with the game. That's, to me, PoE is the definition of copium. I've coped with bad life things, bad life events with PoE. You know, it was, for me, a way to numb my brain from this life that was too hard for me, for things that were too hard for me to deal with. And it just came in to replace other addictions that I now don't have anymore. So yeah, like Path of Exile, what did I like about this game? In the first place, I always thought that we're being taken on a journey. I felt like I was part of something, you know what I mean? When I first bought my first supporter pack in 2013, the Regal supporter pack, I was like, you know what? This game in its state, it's pretty trash. Like, I'm not even sure that me buying this supporter pack will not end me, you know, being hacked. Like, I wasn't sure. I was like, maybe it's a scam. I had no idea. The game was very minimal. It was very bad, but it had something about it that made me want to stick to it, right? So I stick to it, and I got my supporter pack. Then Nemesis League hit. I used to play hardcore for the longest time before streaming. Had a lot of fun, and it always felt like we actually were part of it. Very, very good communication on the forums, on Reddit, in-game, with the team, with developers. It really felt like they were doing everything right, and they were always trying to push and over-deliver. That's the thing. Like, grinding gear games in the past they were always like over-delivering. Whenever a new league came out, this is something I had never seen before, and I was like, damn, that's good. Even though, like, compared to now what we have, it feels like small. It always felt like there was always one-upping themselves, and very transparent, fixing things and getting the job done. And now fast forward 8 years, let's be honest here, it's a dumpster fire. Like, it's a company that make 50 million yearly profit, like 50 million in profit a year in a free-to-play game, who refuses to address like the absolutely pathetic performance of this game, holding quality of life hostage and giving us bones here and there. Like, hey guys, you can now, you know, you can unstack your things if you do this. Wow, dude, you know, that's like, we get one of those every year. So Grinding Gear Game is a company that not only barely communicates with they give the appearance of communicating. They really do. They have this manifesto, and yeah, how could I compare this? Like, how could I compare this? It's kind of, I guess, fake it till you make it. Like, everybody repeats it so much. Like, we all think that it's actually the case, but it's not. Like, I've lost any respect I had for Grinding Gear Game. I've lost it over the course of a few years. Whether it's from like their weird, like, narcissistic parent type of communication, where like, oh, you made a senior staff member cry with this meme on Reddit, or oh wow, you guys didn't like this league, no more hype traders, this is over, you deserve it. Like, what is this? Like, you guys are a big company, you're a big gaming company. Like, I know you've hired people and you're emotionally attached to them, but sometimes just get somebody competent, right? Just get somebody competent. I swear, you're gonna like it. It's gonna change your life. And when it comes to PR, when it comes to marketing and communication, like, you can do better, guys. Because, like, be honest when you market things. Like, stop lying to us, okay? Stop lying to the players. Stop being like, yo, we're buffing everything, it's gonna be so good. And then, like, we're just left with this, like, Ultimatum League. Because everything feels flaccid, everything feels like a burden, everything feels like it's a job. Yeah, no. You guys, you know, I think you did a pretty good job at pushing like a specific type of players away, and I get it. I guess I'm not your target anymore. You want to target people who are gonna have like one good playthrough, play a little but not too much. And honestly, I don't even know what you're doing anymore. We kind of want to have this like hardcore facet without being really hardcore. I don't even know what you're doing, but yeah, I think, you know, like there's no point in me just bashing the game and keep playing. But the thing and the truth is like, you know, I was at least addicted. But even then, right now, like the product, the drug has been so diluted and it's just so weird now that I don't feel like I'm addicted anymore. I'm ready to move on and be a good Christian boy, you know? So...
He's ramming us.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to a brand new... This guy darts in and out of traffic to eventually get away from the police with no accidents or injury. Away with him still. This traffic policeman holds on for dear life as this guy drives away with him still on the bonnet. And this is how police should tell you to leave a meet.
Everybody has to leave, especially if you drive a slow Camaro. Please leave. If you drive a Ford Mustang 5.0, I'll give you a 2-minute head start to get out of here. If you drive a Camaro super slow, please leave the parking lot.
These guys clearly don't have a care in the world about the police. The police didn't stand a chance against his C8 Corvette.
This car is so fast.
This guy in an Audi RS6 has flat tyres from the beginning of this chase, but what happens after that is mad.
Looks like he's possibly done a tyre. We are Golf Lima 6-1, Bravo Golf Echo. Stand by for a decamp, stand by for a decamp.
He's gonna ram us.
Get in, get in! Get in!
He's ramming us.
We've been rammed. The second vehicle's in front. We're gonna just take contact, can you? Golf Lima 6-1. We've been rammed. Get the helicopter. and the dog towards, please, over. I ain't got my belt on, mate.
Mate, I'm taking him out.
We're going to make tactical contact. We are making tactical contact due to the fact we've been rammed over. I ain't got my belt on, dude.
Don't worry, put it on, get it on.
I'm trying to. Yeah, we're still going Greenlands Road.
I'm making contact.
Towards.
Tell me I'm hitting it.
We're gonna try and contact it and take it out to him. It's means it's rammed us. We're now Hemelswood Road. Stand by. Right.
We'll do it again.
Yeah. We got a dog en route, William. We got a dog en route. Don't wreck our car too much. And can we have the helicopter as well, please? Yeah, we got any other traffic units?
You've already written us off anyway, mate.
Our car's going to be a write-off. Stand by. The balaclava up. 4 or 5 on board. 4 on board. Our car's going to be trash. Moorend Avenue, left Moorend Avenue. Get another traffic unit towards us. Does the Insignia want to take over? Insignia is taking over.
This GTR darts in and out of traffic as he runs away from these Russian police.
Водитель, останавливайся направо, на обочину, прижимаемся.
The sad thing is it's not like GTA, they can track your plates and find you in the mail without ever showing up. So even if you run, they will still get you.
Okay, then why did you go into the train tracks?
Because you blocked the whole fucking road.
Train tracks don't have anything to do with the road.
have to
The
go around,
road that
man,
you
have to
were
go
on
around,
was
you know.
completely clear. Alright, so can I get your identification?
But you had no reason to pull me over.
Yes I did. You're still
No,
going
man.
the wrong lane of traffic, sir.
You blocked the whole fucking road, so I go around and you're blaming me. It's free country, man, free country.
Sir, I need your identification.
For what reason?
Because this is currently a traffic stop.
This is illegal traffic stop.
This is not an illegal traffic
This is
stop.
illegal, man. You tell me to go around, man. For what reason? You tell me to go around, I go around. And around is on the train tracks, my friend, and then I leave you.
Sir, I still need your identification.
But this man has it. This man.
That man that's just randomly going by, that doesn't make any sense.
I have it. Look at this, do illegal U-turn.
The fuck you just blaming on me for?
Oh shit.
Sir, can you clear out?
Yes,
Clear
I
out,
leave.
sir.
I'm leaving.
No, not
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank
No,
you.
no.
said-
No, you, sir. Come
Turn
on.
off your car.
Fine.
You said leave, man.
No, I wasn't
To the
talking to you.
gentleman in the blue, okay?
So what
Turn
you
off the
needing?
vehicle. Turn off the vehicle.
Am I getting ticket?
Currently, we're just trying to question you, sir. That's it. So I just need your identification. That's it.
I don't have no ID on me, my friend. It's free country.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Alberto.
Yes. Last name.
puppy's auntie.
Okay, so why are you driving without a driver's license, sir? Because that's not something that you're allowed
I
to
have
do.
license, man. I have license.
Okay, so I need to see your driver's license, your physical driver's license.
I can show you, no problem. But you pull me over. This is free country. I have 7 days to show you my ID.
Sir, I'm asking for your identification right now.
I have 7 days to show you ID at Mishoro PD. I will do this, okay?
No, I need your identification right now.
so I have no clue if this is good or not, but this way I get to 2 jewel sockets and I seem to hit everything good with maces. This word thing, I needed to read this 5 times, but I get it. So transfiguration of the body means any buff or debuff of our max life applies at 30% of the value to our attack damage. This is really fucking good if we have a ton of percent life skills, which we do have. Okay, I need to step away for a minute. I will be back in a few minutes. Getting back, I went out for a drive and watched the sunset. The weather is really nice.
Can you beat WoW Classic without taking damage? How do you do that?
Hey guys, it's Statics. I'll make this short because I'm still butthurt over this. So, in video games there's this idea of no hit or no damage runs, where you beat the game without at any point taking any damage.
Right.
Challenge is quite popular in games like Dark Souls and Sekiro. It has been done in Ninja Gaiden and Pokemon, Minecraft, Zelda. It's all over the place. I don't play any of these games. I play World of Warcraft Classic, so I figured, why not give it a try to do this no damage challenge in an MMO, where reaching max level and beating the game takes like 150 plus hours. So I did. WoW is a target lock game,
Wait,
so
what, really?
very little active damage evading you can do, outside of staying out of range of melee mobs or walking out of fire. However, the
Holy
game has
shit.
a lot of damage absorption mechanics, so you can, for example, put up a mana shield or drink a nature protection potion to, you know, protect yourself from hits and lightning bolts thrown at
Wait,
you.
does that count if you get hit by a with like the shield? I guess like so she's at 1 health. So if she gets hit by any actual damage, it would instantly kill her. How does she stay? You still take I think you still take damage.
Face. There are a bunch of different classes in WoW Classic. Most of them are not really feasible for this challenge. I think hunters and warlocks can be done because they have pets that can tank damage, and mage and priests have various shield spells that allow them to protect themselves from damage.
Makes sense.
Since World of Warcraft is an MMO, we gotta also ban any kind of assistance from other players, so no trading, no grouping, nor accepting any other kind of help.
Asmon Golding.
So I tried that, and it was horrendous. First attempt, a mage, I lost at level 14, because the cat I was fighting was running too fast. So that's the kind of stuff that you lose this
That's because he's got 4 legs.
Second,
You've only got 2.
Mage, failed at level 8, because of unlucky...
Yeah, these Murlocs are so stupid. This is the thing, like, I like this back in Vanilla WoW, is that in the very beginning, whenever you get to, like, level 6, man, you're, like, level 7, and you're like, dude, I own this fucking... I own this forest. I run this place. And then you go over and you have like 3 Murlocs that just beat this shit out of you as you're trying to like fucking staggering your days while like 3 mobs are attacking you back to Goldshire and you just die. It's like, what up, bitch? Welcome to the game. Welcome to the fucking show.
Mob pathing. That's the thing with doing this in an MMO. You don't actually know where mobs will spawn or when they will spawn because there are other players running around changing the world. So I tried 2 priests and 2 hunters. I took damage at 14 and 18 because my pet died and my spells got resisted.
Seems like he's doing pretty well here.
The thing with doing no damage in an RPG is you have a lot of random rolls, right? So your abilities might just fail you. But we went again with another mage, and that was the blessed run. We made a mage called Jaina. We got to level 20. And we got our first absorption ability, which is Mana Shield.
Okay.
But Mana Shield only absorbs physical damage. And it almost made me fail the challenge because a random dwarf applied a poison to me, which deals nature damage. You can see the thing play out here.
Okay, so he can actually take damage. It's just that if any damage is actually applied to his character. So he can absorb damage, but he can't actually take damage. He's a clicker? I mean, like, you're not going to keybind a greater nature protection potion. I mean, like, let's be honest.
Yeah. Oh my. So this run was very stressful. But we made it.
Yep.
We went through the 20s to the 30s. We got to level 40. We eventually got our mount. We even got Tidal Charm, which is, you know, a very powerful rare trinket in the game, which actually helped us to do some quests later on because
I'm really jealous of this guy's hair, man.
A stunned target can't deal damage.
Look at that. Man, fuck this dude.
But the mount again almost killed me because of falling damage. You can take falling damage if you fall off a hill. And that is still damage, right? As is walking into any kind of fire source in the game.
So even taking fall damage?
Goddamn braziers in Ironforge that are around every corner. You run into them or close to them, run us over. The worst thing about most of these absorb abilities is that they last anywhere from 30 seconds to 1 minute, so you have to constantly remember to reapply them. And there were a bunch of moments in which I forgot to refresh them in time and almost got hit.
Oh my god.
Oh my. The entire run is anxiety inducing as fuck, so I really don't recommend you try this.
I was about to say.
Especially leveling 1 to 60 is
that would suck.
Long fucking journey. We are talking about 6 days of playtime, more. But we persisted. We got all the way to the very end of it.
6 days of playtime is pretty fucking good, though. I mean, whenever you think about it, like 6 days, that's pretty good. Like, honestly, what's the normal playtime? Yeah, what is the normal playtime? I don't even know. Buy him a Jaina body pillow? Yeah, it's like 12 days. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good overall.
Level 58 and a half. We were
Only if it's a real
175 hours into the run. 175 hours without taking a single point of damage, without fucking up a single time.
This dude is AoE grinding?
And we actually completed all the quests in the hardest zones of the game. We finished
guy's
Ugoro,
insane.
we had Western Plaguelands done, we had Eastern Plaguelands
I don't know,
done.
dude. I don't.
We had all the quests in Winter.
It's like, I don't know how you do a challenge like this and you don't end up at the end of it with a medical disorder. Some sort of like a lung problem, like high blood pressure or something. You know what I mean?
Spring done. We had one level to go, and then I fucked up. I took an instant spell blast to the face. And that's it. Run's over. After 175 hours, 1 second, gone. So there you have it. Can you beat WoW Classic solo, unassisted, leveling 1 to 60, actually doing the quests that the game throws at you without ever taking damage?
That sucks,
yeah,
man.
I almost did, which also means I didn't.
That sucks.
I can't recommend that you try.
That is so
So
sad.
now I'm going back to leveling more casually.
Dude, the guy, like, this is the worst part. Like, some of these people that do these challenges, look at his face.
An instant spell blast to the face. And that's it. Run's over. After 175 hours. 1
Bro,
second.
I would have been out the window. I would have been out the window. I would have been halfway to the moon by this time. I would have been so goddamn mad. Like, I've lost characters after like an hour, and I want to jump out a window. This dude does it for 6 days. Y'all have no idea how mad I used to get back in the day. Like, at the Crocodile flashback. Well, I'll show you guys whenever I remember. Let me finish this. I'll show you. after
Gone. So for now, I'm going back to leveling more casually.
Oh my god.
With one life,
Yeah.
of course, and blindfolded, or without ever looting anything, or whatever else we can come up with. See you guys live on Twitch.
This guy's
Bye.
nuts. Like, there are some people like this, and it's like,
Took damage.
he's like, these are the people that watch, like, the fucking Pain Olympics, or, like, that shit from back in, like, 2007. These are the people that watched it, and, like, you know, where, like, the dude takes, like, a fucking, like, a hammer, and he hammers his own dicks, and he hammers, like, his friend's dick or something like that. Like, these people watch that, because, like, this dude's probably about as old as I am. So, like, you know, we're probably in high school around the same time. Like, we both probably watched this shit, and some people got so fucked up on it, they decided to think this shit was fun.
Again, bitch.
Okay. Hello, Asmon. Wow. Wow. And I want to show you, before I move on to the next one here, I want to show you my Iron Man run. Asmon Gold Iron Man. Now, this was probably the worst experience I've ever had in my entire life. I was so upset about this. I genuinely... Just watch.
You're right on top of him. Okay, there we go. And Calmus, the
And like, I had such a big dick. It was this long. I'm not actually probably I can't. The camera's not big enough, right? But like, it was huge, and I went in on an Iron Man character with one life in full gray gear, and I was soloing group quests of mobs that were the same level as I was. And I said, you know, I was soloing elites. I said, you know what? I gotta put on a show for these stupid ass kids that are watching it. By kids, I mean 35-year-old boomers. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. And I'll show you guys one. There's one more before this. I'll show you guys this. This is how close sometimes it came.
has been mastered.
So I killed it.
Oh, I'm very glad that's done. I am very, very fucking glad that's done. That was, I remember wiping and dying on this quest on my warrior. And so the fact that I was able, oh, okay.
So what happened there is you would have to kite the NPC through the small crocolisk eggs, but they would also respawn. And I could have actually avoided this. Well, I'll show you what happened.
That's not good at all. Let me just go ahead and I will MD myself. Okay. Am I going to die here? This is really not good. Okay,
I didn't trap, I didn't do anything,
I'm gonna
man.
die. I'm gonna die. I'm dead.
This is the worst day of my life. Dude, I am the worst. Like, I am a choke artist, man. Like, I could have jumped and just removed the debuff whenever I had the disengage up. I could have done 5 different things. I didn't do a single fucking one of them, and I died. So I'll show you another one. I want to show you one more thing before I watch the other video, okay? This is like me fucking showing people my
Sup, yo? Oh, it's me, it's your boy Asmongold, and today we're going to be continuing the Iron Man challenge. We're going to be following the adventures of Asmongler, 2 level AT Hunter, and his trusty wolf companion Motherfucker Jones in their quest to reach level 100 under all of the Iron Man constraints to—
Those are the good days, weren't they? I'll show you the closest call I've ever had. Watch my fucking health.
Misdirect the pet and start the
Watch
shit up.
my
Okay,
fucking
only
health.
For 5,000 or 500? 5,000, that wouldn't be an only. Okay, and Molten Fury, and then now we're going to get under a shell, and we'll cast this. There we go. Alright.
Everything's
and
fine.
that did about 5,000 damage.
Everything is
so
totally
that's,
good.
That's
Nothing wrong.
negligible. And if I don't
Actually,
have it
yeah,
up the
it was
next
the same
time, I
shirt.
can just go ahead and deterrence. Hopefully I will. Okay, will I have
So it wasn't up in time, and the Molten Fury was going to get cast.
it up?
Look at my fucking health. Look at my fucking health, dude. I didn't die. I went down to like 0 health. I was at like 2 health. The only reason I survived that. Wait, why are y'all like acting like it's a big deal that I'm wearing the same shirt? Like, why do you guys act like that's a big deal? Like, I wear the same shirt all the time. Like, I have, listen. Look at this. I've had this, I'm not gonna show right now. I wear the same clothes that I had in high school. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna wear this shirt. In 20 years, I'll probably have this shirt. Well, why would I change? Why would I buy the shirt if I was just gonna stop wearing it? Let me go ahead and take a look at this. Solo Sludge Fist. Are you telling me that
hey guys,
I spent 5 hours in this goddamn motherfucking raid just to see Rex Troy solo this shit? Are you kidding me, man?
today we're going to do another hilarious solo, Sludge Fist.
There's no way out.
We're going to kite him to death over the span of 1.5 hours. On single target, the boss melee hits hurt a lot. So that's why we're going to do our best to stay away.
So he's just running away from him. That's all he's doing, he's just running away.
He's big and slow, and stands still quite often, which enables even a paladin to outrun him.
Well, yeah, I
The question you might ask is,
but like, wouldn't he just one-shot you whenever he goes into enrage, though? I mean, usually it's like a 500% damage buff.
how do we overcome Berserk?
Yeah.
Well, there is no real Berserk. The unique type of Berserk for Sludge Fist is when you lose all the 4 pillars in the middle of the encounter, and he slams into the wall.
No, he's
this
right.
causes a collapsing foundation, which makes a raid group quickly get overwhelmed and die.
So there's yeah, because all 4 of the things do a lot of damage. Yeah, like the 9,000 damage per second. But yeah, there is no actual enrage. There's like he enrages at like 20 or 30%. He does like he like hits for more damage and he attacks faster. But that's not like a 500% enrage.
Or well,
I
least
forgot.
other roles such as DPS and healers. As tanks, with our insane survivability, will be able to outlive it.
What the fuck?
This is unlike PvP, where we take 66% more damage and die to pretty much everything. Please save Protection Warriors. Collapsing
Please
Foundation
don't.
does about 3.5k damage every tick on my Protection Pally. We will survive it thanks to being able to heal while kiting, with Blessed Hammer and long range spells.
Oh my god.
There are 3 of Sludgefish abilities we'll have to think about, and they will all assist us in the encounter. We're not
Wait, this isn't even hard. With Shriekwing, like it was really hard for him to solo Shriekwing. This isn't even hard.
worry about chains.
Oh my god!
Since we are alone and there's no one to be chained to.
So you can't get chained.
The first ability is Destructive Stomp. This makes Sludgefish stand still
He
for
just
4
stands
seconds,
still. He doesn't do
which buys
anything.
us a lot of time to run away from him. Then we have Colossal Roar, which makes Sludgefish knock us away from him, which helps
That
kiting
helps
even
you.
more.
Yeah.
Then there's finally his charge, which makes him get stunned for a while to help us regain our cooldowns.
Oh my god! It makes him take more damage.
We still need to figure out the perfect kiting route to align with his ability
Are
cooldown.
you kidding me, man?
First, he comes out of his stun and starts to chase us.
Oh my god. And then he just drops the Blessed Hammers and
When
he
we
runs
reach the end
through
of the
them.
arena, we use Freedom and Dive on Steed to manage the turn without being hit.
And now he's about to do the Stomp. At like, I think 40 energy, right? Or something like that? Is it more?
When he's just about to catch us,
Yeah.
he will stay still to cast Destructive Stomp.
So he's like
We now run
programmed
as
to
far away as
lose.
possible to get cornered. Then we use Door of Shadows to slip past him.
Oh my god.
Once more, he will almost catch us, but he will now use Colossal Roar to knock us away.
And then now he's gonna do the Slam. Because he's almost at full
Then
energy.
we ultimately make a stand for 1 or 2 melee hits, before he uses another Destructive Stomp
He
and
gets
starts
out of
to
that.
charge us. We want him to charge as far away as possible
Oh, just
to
for
buy
time.
as much time as needed.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Oh, and important to think about is that whenever he charges into the exit gate, he won't be stunned at all.
Why would you want that?
This can lead to a wipe if your abilities haven't recovered yet.
Oh, that's a fucking bug, dude. That's gotta be a motherfucking bug. How they even have
This
that in the
encounter is more
game?
relaxed than Shriekwing, since we have more margin of error.
That's a fuck up.
He won't instantly kill you if he catch up to you.
Yeah. Dude, like that's what I was thinking. Is like Shriekwing, I watched this video and the Shriekwing video was fucking brutal. And this one is way easier.
Also, as a paladin, we got many immunities to help us out. Since we won't fight him in melee range, his 20% damage boost at low health wasn't too big of a deal.
Yeah.
I started off trying to defeat him with a kiting set, but the mobility I got was overkill since the boss stands still so much. I ultimately went with a tanky build to survive the constant damage taken.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Most important talents are Blessed Hammer and Crusader's Judgment for healing at range. This along with the Magistrate's Judgment legendary.
Right.
You want Cavalier, as well as Light Barding and Echoing Blessings for mobility.
Does he have speed on his gear?
I went with the trinket Splintered Heart of Alar, as a 8-minute secondary chance trinket.
Oh yeah.
Just in case something went wrong.
That's the one from Kale.
If you want to see the full 1.5 hour fight, I will have a link in the
And
description.
he actually did it.
I will also list other important notes. Enjoy.
The madman actually did it. Holy fuck, man. Well, I'm embarrassed. I'm fucking embarrassed. Jesus. Wow. Can warriors do this? No. No, actually, I'm like 99% sure that warriors cannot do this. Anything cool, you can just assume that warriors can't do it, okay? That's the truth, all right? I like how he has like a running rotation too. He's probably going to be able to kill him here. Okay. I bet this one probably didn't even take him that many attempts. Oh no, he's gonna keep running it out. Holy fuck, dude. Like, imagine playing well for an hour. I can't even play well for like a minute. I would be so stressed out doing this, man. I really would be. Like, yeah, like, the thing is for me, like, I'm super inconsistent. Like, I focus for like a few seconds and then I just lose focus immediately after. Wait for the loot? Okay, all right, let's see what the loot is. Probably gonna be the exclusive mount that you get for soloing the boss, right? I'm pretty sure it would be. I'm assuming that, right? So I'm shit at FPS games? Yeah, I'll have like pop-off moments in FPS games, and then the rest of the time I'll just be, you know, shooting people's feet and stuff. And just like missing my shots. Yeah, I'm like, that's my biggest issue, is like I'm just super inconsistent with these games. Okay. This is probably the kill right here, boys. Holy shit. Ashen Hollow down. Oh yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the gold. There it is. Wait, he's running? Finish him. Finish him. You can do it. Go. Go, get in there. Oh, he's running it out? The discipline. I would have ran in there and probably died. Where's the loot? Ooh. Wow. That's fucking impressive, man. He got 35 anima. Word of Glory. That's a lot of fucking healing, man. They need to add like some sort of a way. I don't know how they could add Rex Troy into the game. They could add him into the game as like an NPC.
I'm a tank. I'm not supposed to die. Let's go.
Oh, he's gonna be fine, dude. He's gonna be fine.
I'll die instantly.
He's gonna be fine. What's this here? It's a Rep Paladin. Watch that.
This game's so bad.
I hate Rep Paladins so much. They're so stupid. They're so
33k on a tank. Okay, like it's oh my god.
They're so stupid. They're such a bad. Just damn.
I'm on you. What are you talking about? What are you doing? Why would you go over there?
Who cares?
You're so trash.
I gave up.
Holy
I
shit,
gave up. I gave up. I wasn't trying.
Holy
I gave up.
Brother.
I can't believe how you guys fucking talk and fucking call him. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, fucking right. I didn't mess anything up.
What in the fuck did you just say, dude?
Like, it's not my fucking problem. Some stupid ass shit happens like that. No way you're gonna trade me 1,000,000 gold. No way you're... What the...
There's the realization.
So what, they got TTS on the wood now? Like, I swear to God, I've literally had this donated on TTS on my stream. Cops are pee-pee poo-poo? I'm gonna get that inscrutable quantum device.
What?
This dude right here. This dude's the guy who puts items on reserve. This is the dude that he'll kick you out of a raid for the bear run and then take the money for himself. This is the dude that will turn off your ICC buff and then complain that the raid sucks. This is the dude that if he doesn't get the necklace first in a raid, he quit the fucking guild. Fuck that shit, dude. This is the big dick. Yeah, this is the battle master right here. And yeah, you're born like 40 years old. Man, shut the fuck up. Man, shut the fuck up. Let me kill all the...
Now, this item has been around for quite some time, and it's been mostly useless due to a couple different problems. But with the recent changes to the way that mana reservation works, this item suddenly has become significantly more powerful. Now, this won't be spectacular for every single build out there, but there are quite a few builds that can make absolutely ridiculous use of this item. Up to 4 essentially free auras at any given time, as long as you can recover a little bit of your mana back, seems pretty overpowered for a single item. So let's get into it. Hey guys, Big Ducks here, and welcome back to the channel. Now remember, if you're enjoying this style of content, make sure that you like this video so that YouTube knows to recommend you more of it. Also, over 75% of you are still not subscribed to this YouTube channel. So if you're enjoying my particular style of content, make sure that you subscribe so that these videos will show right up in your feed. And you can always change your mind later. Now without further ado, let's get back to the video. Alright boys, so yesterday, a viewer over on my Twitch stream at twitch.tv/BigDucks, which you should follow by the way, told me about these boots. And they said that, hey Big Ducks, there's this item that I think is really insane now, you should check it out. So I did, and we spent a little bit of time looking at it, and it is called March of the Legion. Now looking at this item, you know, it seems kind of unassuming. It's like, oh yeah, you get some level of aura gems, and you know, there's got this level 25 blessing thing. It's got some move speed, got some elemental resist. Doesn't seem like much, right? Well, the thing about it is that here in this most recent patch, we got a change to the way that auras work. Auras now only reserve. They don't actually cost their mana. So what this means is that when you reserve an aura and unreserve an aura, you actually don't need to keep that mana cost to reserve more. So why is this important? Well, the blessing skill, what it does is it takes a aura of whatever you have linked to it, it reserves it for 0.2 seconds, and then it gives you a buff. Now that duration is increased by increased duration on like your skill tree or items, or maybe like, you know, if you have like increased duration support, all of that works with it. So why is this important? Well, as you can see, I have currently Purity of Fire, Zealotry, and Wrath going. And I have 9,200 mana. This is a Stormbrand Hierophant that I'll be making like a build video about sometime soon. But if you look, I am able to reserve all 3 of those auras, and they've got about a 25-second duration. And as you can see, my mana is completely open. I haven't reserved a single bit of it. And another thing is I can just refresh these buffs essentially whenever I want. Now this being a mana build, I recover my mana quite quickly, especially when I use Arcane Cloak, and I go back to full mana pretty much instantly. Now, this ability is kind of strong in my opinion. I don't know that this is super useful for a lot of builds, but the fact that I can just have Purity of Fire just kind of letting me run Righteous Fire without almost any issues, because at level 22, which is what it gets up to, you get like +5 max fire resist. I mean, this is 3 free auras for me, and if I didn't want to have to deal with increased duration support, I could have 4 free auras. Now, there is some downsides to this. You do have to press the buttons every like 25-30 seconds, and keep in mind this is with increased duration support, these 3 skill duration nodes here. Now you could get even more, you could grab these skill duration nodes as well, but for me it didn't really end up worth it. I also, because I'm running a mana build, had to run these, because it does actually work with Supreme Ego. So the idea is you're only ever actually having 1 permanent aura on you at any time, because you're reserving it and then it goes away and it turns into a blessing and it's no longer permanent. So auras from your skills have 50% more effect on you, and you have 50% more reservation of skills. So the thing about it is without these nodes over here, the reservation on these 50% auras goes over 100%, but right now it's at 90.3. So that's the idea, is that you can make use of a Supreme Ego aura, meaning it's going 50% more effectiveness on you. You can have up to 4 of them if you like. So if you think about builds that use increased skill effect duration anyways, something like maybe a Toxic Rain or something like that, you could probably make some pretty good use of these auras, especially if you didn't really care about having your mana reserved. Like say if you used, I don't know, something like Eldritch Battery, and you really didn't care about your mana being reserved anyways. That would be a pretty decent way to deal with it. So if you were casting off of your energy shield anyways, you could just have, you know, free mana, like something on like the Edie Contagion build that I made a couple leagues back. Then you could have your Mind Over Matter mana just essentially open because you've just got a whole bunch of free auras. So there's a bunch of ways that I think that this could be useful. I haven't even like big brained it enough at this point to see what all the different things could be, but in practice, it's not too bad as long as you do keep the duration high. Like it is kind of annoying at first to get used to pressing 3 more buttons on top of all of your flasks, but if you only have to press them every 25 or 30 seconds, it's really not that bad. So just keep in mind, this does have to be an aura, and it has to be a standard aura. Things like stances and things like petrified blood and things like that don't necessarily work properly. There is some weird interactions that do happen with Supreme Ego because you can only have one permanent aura on you at any time. These are not permanent auras, but they do count as permanent auras for that first 0.2 seconds before they actually turn on. So if you're using another aura that's permanent on top of these free ones, it will turn that permanent aura off when you do enable these. So there are some little things about that. Now, another thing is we practiced with trying to see if there was any way that like an Arcanist brand could cast them or a Totem could cast them, and the problem is that brands cannot actually cast a ability that reserves mana. Because it reserves mana for 0.2 seconds, it doesn't actually work. Totems can cast it, however, it's just like casting an aura on any other totem. It doesn't really do anything special, and there's not enough links for this to actually make sense. The other thing that we tried is we were thinking about like cast on melee kill or cast when damage taken, just to get these buffs to just auto pop every time you take damage, and all of the triggerable abilities can't trigger things that reserve mana, so none of that works. Now there might be more that we can do here, but I'm curious if you have any ideas or if you can figure out anything about this. I just learned about it yesterday. Like I said, just a chat member came in and said, hey, this item is really cool, you should take a look at it. We did a little bit of testing. It seemed pretty strong, at least on this build, like just a pure mana build where I can just reserve a whole bunch of auras and then my mana just goes back up to full after I hit Arcane Cloak. And whenever I kill enemies, I get a bunch of mana back, and the buff duration is super long. So let me know down in the comments if you have like any cool ideas that this would work with, if there's any builds that you've heard of, or anything that would work well with this. My personal thoughts off the top of my head were like builds that take increased duration anyways, like Toxic Rain or things like that, or builds that do use mana and want their mana to be open and free. Things like agnostic builds, or things like Mind Over Matter builds, or ones that use Eldritch Battery, things like that. So let me know down in the comments if you can think of anything. And that is going to be it for the video. I just wanted to give you a quick video about this because it seems really cool. I mean, I haven't really big-brained enough. We spent a little bit of time on stream trying to figure out what might be kind of cool. It takes a little bit of investment to really get going, but I mean, up to 4 50% free auras if you want. Like, if you're already investing pretty heavily in, like, skill effect duration, you can get 4 50% auras. Now, most builds that are, investing very heavily in skill effect duration probably can't find 4 50% auras that they like, but you can use anything here. It seems really powerful. We're gonna have to see where it goes from here. So remember, guys, if you're enjoying this kind of content, make sure that you'll like this video, subscribe to the YouTube channel for more content similar to this, and stay safe out there in rank class. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
What's going on, guys? LiveStopper here, showing you my recent trip to the beautiful country of Japan. Now, my stay was abrupt and quick, but the Japanese boys and I had a fantastic time playing together. If you guys enjoyed this video, like it. If you want more, subscribe. Thanks. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Oh shit. Oh shit. Weird. Okay, there's like no stability at all. Should I? Lucky I can't spill this on you. Konnichiwa! Oh shit! I'm out of arrows. Like I got chili in my eye, dude. It burns. Oh, this guy doesn't know where it's coming from. They don't know where I'm shooting from. They have no idea. They're like, where? Where the fuck did I just get? Oh, I got bowed. Look for guns on the floor. I don't have anything to fight them.
What's going on here?
Oh, right here!
Yeah.
Here's a Sammy. Should we do it?
I ain't pussy.
Dude, I'm so cool. What's going on, guys? Life Stomper here, presenting a brand new YouTube video, one of the easiest and best wipe days we have ever had. If you enjoyed this video, like it. If you want to subscribe, that's cool too. Enjoy. Y'all are too used to, like, playing Rust a certain way, you know? There it is, there it is. You know what I hate about the M2? It does so much damage to roadside chest. It's actually ridiculous. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna steal his fucking gun when he dies.
I like both at diff times.
No, 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 no!
Like with frosting. And frozen coconut vanilla cake is so good.
These chest pieces are fucked.
Yo, yeah, we were killing it, John. We were trying.
Thanks for the follow, Kiko.
Usual, so I don't know.
Like, I'm getting 9 per, dude.
Wait, there's a kid right here. Full charge?
Fuck it.
I'm dead. Hit him, dead.
Nice. Oh, they're loaded.
Are they?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we're just gonna do this for the rest of the day. Can you look over here and see if there's scientists?
I'm looking. There is scientists.
Alright, we're hitting it. Crate is unlocked. Oh, the crate is unlocked.
What the fuck? There might be a dead body somewhere. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh, come to the back of fucking secret.
Bottom or?
Here.
And if I do, there you go, sir.
Mm.
You have cards?
This guy didn't have shit. Who just leaves this here? What the fuck?
Dude, they probably died and think like someone's gonna come get it. Alright, on to the next. Alright, Martini. It's all you.
Are we going for the center or what?
Going for the center.
I like it cut. Oh.
Go straight in there. Alright, go right here, go right here. We'll just fuck with platform. Have 6 platform.
Okay.
Fast, 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 fast. Hit the nitrous. Oh, that's not good. I don't see him. You see him?
He's above, he's above. He's like on the third. He's panicking.
Careful.
I'm tripled by that guy.
Where?
Like right above the stairs.
What the fuck?
Well, I'm glad you think so, thanks.
He's running. Actually fucking terrifying. Looking for someone crouching everywhere.
Oh yeah, that dude's gonna be playing.
Dead.
Nice.
I hate those fights. Those are like by far the worst fights. I hate them so much. Gotta like crouch around and check every corner. Oh my god. I'm much rather fight a 10-man, 30-man than that.
Watch the bottom or what?
Yeah, watch the bottom. I'll hold this.
Go.
Wait.
Today, we're going to be jumping into some of the best ninja looting reactions in World of Warcraft history that were lucky enough to be caught on film. Let's jump into it.
Okay.
Number 5, Onyxia. A warrior by the name of Sinocide steals all of the loot
Sunnyside chick next to this. Sunnyside's looting everything.
Oh my god. What the heck? Excellent.
Everyone in this raid make a GM ticket.
Yeah, like that's gonna matter.
Did you just ninja it?
To the night.
Yeah.
Hail to the night.
What did he ninja?
I don't feel like these are that good.
Every single thing.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like it's that good, man.
By the light of the moon.
Trash video?
Number
Yeah.
4, Illidan. While the guild is